Angry Protocol. I'm K-Ton. I'm a hobbyist game developer / VTuber. I'm tired today. Yeah. I got fine sleep last night, but I've just been feeling like physically kind of blech today. I'm not sure what's going on. And also, I still haven't started up the project, which I need to start the project, so I need to do that. And that's why I'm on the chatting scene, and why did my model do that? There's also been this annoying cyst in a really awkward spot on my face that has been hurting every time I move my mouth, so that's kind of annoying, to be sure. But hopefully that's going away soon. Hopefully. Also, I have no idea why my chair's armrest is wet. I wonder if it's just because I was just like, I ran over to wash my face recently. I wonder if I just had some wetness on my elbow or something. Anyways, so, didn't get anything done after stream yesterday, but that's fine. I mean, again, I did work off stream on Tuesday, so that's already better than most weeks that I've been doing this for recently. So, anyways, let's flip over to gameplay scene. As we last left off, I might just try and just like hop into it because there is nobody around at the moment, I think, other than Code Kid, who is lurking. So that's kind of part of it. So we'll always drop right into what we're doing today, so we managed to fix up the new system for Titan Blades moving itself out of the way, depending on which scene I'm on. So that's been set up properly. And then the next thing that I need to work on is, we'll make it so that Titan Blades will pause the music, depending on where we're at. I think if we're using mode 2, we're just going to assume that we need to check what scene we're on. And if we're not using mode 2, and we're using mode 1, we will check whether or not music was playing beforehand. And then remember that, and then do it afterwards. So, in order to get started with that, let's go ahead and open C# project. Something we can do is, there's supposed to be a specific element to the BGM Library Manager, specifically the iBGM Docker interface. We're supposed to have a list of things that are reserving a duck status. And it probably actually will end up having that set up on the library manager itself rather than the other way. So the BGM library manager will be responsible for remembering whether it was paused or unpaused going into whatchamacallit. So we'll handle that. So for that, I'm going to go ahead and have an active variable private. We're going to call it bool Pause memory false. Then we're going to go ahead and have any active variables. Oh, Ami's here. Meow meow. See group, I call Ami. Meow meow.
Head pats incoming.
I do need the head pats. Meow. You head pat. Good luck with the rest of work. We're gonna add public, do a list of IBGM duckers. Kind of actually want to rename this interface to something that makes a little bit more sense, because duck also ends up being used for like general pausing. There's got to be a better term for this interface. The idea is going to be that, you know, an object that tells the BGM library manager, hey, I want you to pause the music temporarily whilst I am doing something, such as the not just Titan Blades, but I also want to add that functionality specifically to the Unmask redeem. The time to show who you really are, and then it does the little reveal, which actually, you know, I've had in the works an idea for how I was going to be improving that. I was going to add some like custom animations to it, but I just haven't gotten around to it. It's kind of low priority, especially because like not many people use it these days. We don't have lard butts around anymore. It's like he used to be the one who used it more often. Anyways, I'll go ahead and call it IBGM pause reservation. That'll be it. It is going to be very much a stub, and that's because the general idea is going to be that, like, it's going to add an instance of the object that is currently asking to pause the music to a list. It's going to be like this. Pause reservation. Pause reservations is going to be what it's called. Yeah, exactly. Get private set. It'll be a new list IBGM pause reservations. I may actually make it a private potentially, because I want. I'm gonna make it private. Because I want it to be controlled entirely by methods. Where there's going to be a method to add a pause reservation and a method to remove pause reservation. And those methods are then going to perform the logic of figuring out what to do with them. Alright. So that's going to be how we do it. Do the public method down here. Public void. Add pause reservation. IBGM pause reservation. call it object. Oh, I need that to be an at object. I could also make it obj. Alright. I'm gonna do some checks. First of all, if the list is empty, then we're going to begin pausing the song. We actually do need to do a couple of checks first, actually. The first check we need to do is if we're currently stopped, then we do not give a single flying fuck. So if, first of all, if object is null, or is it current behavior mode is disabled, then treat this as a guard clause. Otherwise, we're going to do things based on how many things are already in the list. So if pause reservations dot count is 0, and at the end of this, we're gonna do. I might need something in the else command, although I probably don't. The main thing that we do want to do is pause reservations, add the object that is the parameter. I do notice if it is currently 0, that means that we are going to need to start doing things. Otherwise, if there's already pause reservations, we kind of actually don't care. But I do want to make sure. Stately Protocol of the London Law, thank you very much for following. Welcome to Test Striker Brigade. How are you doing? Or I'll find out in a minute, I think. Or 3 minutes, it might be, actually. But it looks like you unfollowed immediately, so never mind then. Okay. What I do want to do is, if there is not already objects in there, I do need to make sure that this object doesn't already exist in pause reservation list. So if pause reservations contains object, we'll just go ahead and short circuit. That way we're not adding it either. I think that's kind of all we really need to do if there's already objects in here. But if there is not already objects in here, we need to start figuring out what we're doing based on current behavior mode. First things first, do we do a switch here, or I might as well do a switch in case I do add more behavior modes. It's really the only 2 behavior modes we care about here is obviously going to be, or the only behavior modes we care about here are 2 of them, and that technically would just be a binary choice. But in case I do have more behavior modes later on, I want to account for them here. Yeah. Sacred Protocol of Crease, how are you doing? So if we're active, this is where we want to do the memory stuff. And basically what we're going to do is if it can't be stopped, so the only thing that we would care about here is whether or not we're paused. Which I think actually what we do... Leonard has a KT doing sleepy and tired, physically in a little bit of pain. Pause memory will be is paused, and then if is paused. Actually, if is paused is false, we need to pause. And have to remember how we do that.
Headpats incoming.
Yeah. Thank you, Pet Pets. I could do just input play pause. I really should have had some of this code in its own function of some sort, but the main things we need to do is we need to check if we're currently already pausing. So actually what we probably should do is we should make sure that is ducking is not true, because otherwise yeah. In fact, you can also probably end up using the same thing. Because that is the other thing, is that pausing will be ducking is true, pause is false. If we are currently pausing, then we don't care. But if we're currently resuming, that'll mean that pause is true, but ducking is also true, which will set pause memory to false. Here's then where we need to do checking if they were currently ducking. I think we can just run input play pause for now. Kind of not what input play pause is supposed to be for, but it makes the most sense here. Alright. And now we do the case for standby only. Which, now that I realize it, we're going to do the same thing. Generally speaking, what we're going to be doing is we check if we're currently playing. If we are currently playing, we pause. The more complicated part of the standby only behavior will be when we remove pause reservations. Which means I can kind of just have this fall back through to case active, I think. I'm just gonna have that fall through to the active case, which does make this completely redundant. This switch statement is almost entirely redundant, but at some point I might need some sort of clarification in there. So then we go to remove pause reservation. Also, thank you for the Lurkton Mini Standard Green Protocol. And same dealio. Additional same dealio, the same guard clause comes back. Current behavior mode equals behavior mode not disabled, or if object equals null, or if pause reservations count is 0. Then what we do is in fact, what we do also want is we want to check if pause reservations contains it. Granted, I think actually if we do pause reservations dot contains, I think that will also probably fail immediately if there are 0 in the list. So that's probably just as fast as us checking if it contains, if it has 0 and if it contains the object. Anyways, so first thing we do is obviously remove that object from the list. Then we check if pause reservations now contains 0, or count 0. This is where I want to do the switch statement, and it's going to actually matter. If we're in standby only, what I'll probably end up doing is just running the method that gets what scene we're on. This OBS WebSocket.get current program scene, current scene callback. And when I said this would be more complicated than the add pause reservation, I mostly just meant, do we just have that for one of the cases? And then if we're active, then we need to use that pause memory we took earlier to figure out whether or not we need to resume. So if we were previously not paused, then we input play pause. Sorry, if we are previously paused, then we input play pause, is what we do. Cool. So now I can start setting those up then. the first thing we need to do is Titan Blades. Which I think we want Match Handler for it. Although I need to actually find what remembers. There's a configuration boolean for whether or not music is enabled. How do we track whether or not music is enabled? It might actually be music controller. Is music enabled? Public bool. In that case, we'll have Titan Blade music controller do it then. Which means that we need this to be an IBGM. I forget which using it's in, or which namespace. Stream BGM library. Pause reservation. As such, we are going to need this a little bit. We use component referencer, but I'm going to make it a get all, but we also want this to be a serialized field. It's going to be BGM library manager, BGM library manager. We find object of type, but we are going to have a serialized field to assign it in editor. I'm going to rename that so that it shows it properly in the editor. Actually, I think it does discard those underscores, but just in case. Okay. So now I need to find out where we are starting and stopping our music. And handle those there. Probably gonna play match state music, I'd imagine. Well, then again, we want to make it only play that when we're starting a match, because otherwise it's gonna incorrectly think that we're actually, I mean, it's gonna try and add itself, but it won't add itself because it's already on the list. So technically speaking, we could actually put it here, but I gotta figure out where we are removing ourselves from the list. Stop music is used in interrupt CPU match. I figure out where we do our, like, finish a match type deal. Go back to the music controller. So you play match state music. I think here we will just go ahead and do BGM Library Manager, Add pause reservation. This. Then we need to figure out where to get rid of us. And here it's gonna be like, it'll call this multiple times, but when we're already reserved, it should just ignore that call. But I think in order to actually get I'm gonna create him. I'm gonna do something. Hang on. It's gonna be a single line. And it's gonna get called from match handler. So that's probably the only way I can get this to work. Should probably be this end match one. If we're not waiting on a new match, see. There was an interface I built for that. Probably because there was like a testing interface that I used when I was testing out the system. Okay. He's a controller. What was the method I just fucking added? Remove BGM process reservation. There it is. I think that should work. Keyword think. Let's go ahead and make sure that those are set up properly. If I have to go into view. Oh no, it's because it's technically it's music controller, which I think is actually going to be in here. It'll be near the match handler, music controller, BGM library manager. Boom. Cool. Might also throw in a check to make sure that this isn't, no. BGM Library Manager is null. Don't do anything. I also need to make sure that that is also checked here. There. That that way, if I do return to testing this in the test scene, it'll handle the fact that it doesn't have a BGM library manager. Anyways, let's go see if that works, honestly. So I think I assigned everything there correctly, hopefully. So I will pause my VLC radio. And we're going to do some Titan Blades free play. I am now realizing, though, because it's using the OBS check in the BGM mode 2, that means that it's going to get what screen I'm on in real OBS. It won't respond to my fake layout thing, potentially. Might need to set something up for that, potentially. But generally speaking, if I go ahead and hit play, this will put us into BGM mode 1. And the idea is going to be that hopefully, if everything works correctly, starting a Titan Blades match is going to pause the music, and then once the Titan Blades match is over, it will resume the music. That is the theory. Now, go find... Turn you to free play. Let's go do some free play. Titan Blades free play. Let me do... Keaton Wave. Yeah, KT Dash is gonna come playing at me. So it pauses the music. It brought up the, the old thing-a-ding for the current track, which is a little small, but it'll work. Oh, there's one KT Dash responding to the other KT Dash with a sound effect, and it did not resume. Why did it not resume is the question. Hold on. Let's go ahead and attach to Unity. Let's see if this actually gets called. Start our music, and then turn on free play. Oh, I forgot to click the new stream button. Whoopsie. Pause. Do we actually hit our breakpoint? That is the question. We do hit our breakpoint. So we are calling remove BGM pause reservation. What is this button? Run execution to here. Oh, cool. Control F11 is step into. Did it just skip? Hold on. That doesn't make sense. I mean, we can't possibly be in, switch us into debug mode. We are in current behavior mode active, so why the fuck did it do that? Why did it just completely skip? The object isn't null. Current behavior mode shouldn't be disabled, and pause reservations should contain the object. Unless it's not actually calling that part. Let's add a breakpoint here. Resume my music. And then do Titan Blades again. Why did it not even... It paused before is the funny thing. And then there it didn't even run. What? Because it's already in the fucking thing. That means it already contained the thing. We went to this return statement. Which confirms that we are adding it. We are pausing it. Like, this is running. So, why the fuck does remove pause reservation just completely cancel? There's no reason for it to. I fucked this up. This needs to be inverted. We want this to guard clause if it does not contain the object. I had a guard clause out if it contained the object, which is backwards to what this should be doing. Okay, now I understand why that was broken. Now it should be working properly. Keyword should. I am going to turn debug mode back off. I'm going to turn free play on. We will connect to OBS. Stream. And we will start a match. I forgot to turn on the music. Oops. Oh well. I will wait for this to be over. Which, yeah, oh, I forgot to turn that breakpoint off. Whoops. so now I can go ahead and hit play. That does put us into BGM mode 1. And then we're gonna do this again. Do the first one. Do the second one. Pauses the music. Although I am noticing it's... Why are we full screen? Why are we full screen? We should be using the layouts, right? Why is the OBS WebSocket thing not working? But also, it, still didn't work. Why did it still not work? You clearly saw it get to this point, too. Don't tell me I didn't fucking save the change. I didn't fucking save the change. Like a complete idiot. Also, what was the other thing that I needed to check for? Oh, right. The OBS thing didn't work. See if maybe I just clicked it too early, or if OBS just refused the connection. Make sure the OBS thing works. We loaded the viewport rect on you. Look at our canvas. I mean, we'll actually be able to test by just doing that. Okay, so that's in the right position. Now that's in the right position. I might need to set something up to, like, if the OBS WebSocket doesn't connect at first, I should make it retry, potentially. But then again, it's entirely possible I just, like, clicked no by accident because I was just being stupid. Oh, right, I need to turn my DLC off. I forgot to turn free play on. Where are you at? Free play. There we go. Now that's in the right position. Okay. Now it should work, right? Keyword should. Double knockout. Fun. And it still didn't work. Why did it still not work? Why are you still not working? Pause memory is paused and not stucking. So if we're not paused... Oh, you know what? I think that does actually need to be like that. I did actually fuck that statement up too. Connect to OBS. That moves us. Cool. New stream. Free play. As the real KT Dash complains again about whether or not free play is actually on. There we go. Now it's working properly. Thank fucking goodness. Until we run into some other issue within the thing. We'll see. But now it seems like it is functioning properly with pausing and unpausing when Titan Blades runs out. So now I can go ahead and implement the other thing that's supposed to implement that, which is Unmask Joke Manager. So for that, to do the code snippet, component referencer, but we're going to add a serialized finder thing. Which honestly, this should be serialized. Oh, that's right. I need to not do... I need a using for that. Oh my goodness, Unmasked Joke Manager has way too much using. What the fuck? Why are we using Link? Apparently this is unnecessary. Can get rid of that. Using Stream BGM Library. And then we add in code snippets, component referencer, BGM Library Manager, BGM Library Manager. This needs to be a find object of type. Apparently I can add serialized field without breaking the snippet prototype, which is interesting. Also, I do really need to add this here. Okay. So now as soon as we do the play one shot start sound, this is where we want to go. BGM Library Manager. Add pause reservation, this. Which, hang on. You know, I feel like this, error correction should just have a, fix action of adding the fucking interface. Okay. I need something for when we finish playing our sound. I think it does actually use it like checks if the audio source is still playing, potentially. I don't know. Here's the update method. Yeah, we check if audio source is not playing. So we got to check if we... If queued events.count equals 0, return. I think this is going to be where we need to go. Yeah. Although this requires us to... I don't want it to constantly check, because this is running as long as queued events. It's running as long as the audio source is not playing. Which means I need something in here. Why is this a public float? This should not be a public float. This really should not be a public float. Neither should this. But also, I don't want it fucking auto-suggesting that. There. Oh boy, this is old code. This is some old fucking code. This is decrepit. I need to fix all this. This is fucking decrepit. At least they're private and not public. At least they're serialized privates and not fucking public members that can be changed by fucking anything. Alright, I'm gonna have a private pool BGM flag false. Why did that not rename the lowercase? Of course. Why is it like that? Okay, well, what fixes that? Why did not rename the unmask start time? Whatever. With BGM flag, BGM library manager, remove pause reservation, this. I don't want it constantly checking whether or not pause reservations has this object, therefore I put BGM flag, and then BGM flag equals false, and return. Alright, then down here I want to do if BGM library manager, again just a null check to make sure that exists, Even though there really shouldn't be a situation where it doesn't. There. Easy as that. And that's going to be how that works. And I'm going to assume that that works because I don't have a way to test the unmask manager or unmask joke without also triggering it on the real KT dash, on the deployed KT dash. I don't think I have a way to test it on the editor KT dash without testing on deployed KT dash. So I'm just going to cross my fingers that that works. So that's those two handled. So Titan, I didn't actually have Titan Blades override the display like I wanted to originally. I'm just leaving it like this for now. So, yeah. I may also want it to not run input play pause when we remove pause reservations if we're actually just actively playing. Is pause is false, and we're not ducking. Then we'll ignore this. That way, if I hit the play button whilst Titan Blades is going on, then it's just gonna throw this whole thing out. So, there we go. Should be good to go. So that handles anything that will want to pause the background music. Which I feel like there are other situations in which I want the background music to pause, but I don't know off the top of my head what other situations I'd want to do that in. Really what I might do is, in the future, at some point, I'm gonna set up, like, special redeems that just play videos at some point in the near future. And while some of those redeems can skate by just, going over top of the BGM radio, I think some redeems that are longer and have more music to them, probably I want them to duck the radio. But for that, I'm probably going to set those up when I set up the thing. And that's why we have the generic interface for this. It's just an interface, and it has 0 requirements on it. You just tack that on. And I might, at some point, put some sort of command there. But yeah. In general, that all should be handled just fine. But yeah. So now, the only thing that's left to do, I do want to Twitch commands. There's going to be several Twitch commands that I need to set up. One of them is going to be, obviously, a command to set the playlist. So, obviously, we have the whole system where background music has tags, and I can set up I can specifically filter it down to certain tags, depending on what kind of, mood is going on currently. It's kind of a Buru tag system. Very, very simplified design for now, where it will check specifically if it has each tag in the thing. There is a way to negate tags. There is a way to put certain tags together as an OR, but not necessarily it's not a super complex order of operation system. It's going to default to treating everything like it is all ANDed together, and the OR thing will only be for individual elements of a check, essentially. That's already been set up, actually. And it's technically already being used. As it stands, the default mood is chill or focus. This is a group of one check that is checking for either of these tags, and that's how that works. And that's the general syntax for it. And if I want to, limit it to chill and focused, I would do an ampersand instead of a vertical pipe. That's how that system works. Nice and easy to understand. And setting a playlist is very simple, actually. And I believe it is all functioning already. And it's just going to be a matter of getting it user controllable. So you have create playlist here. Creates a playlist based on the provided parameters. If the parameter string is null or blank, it generates a playlist featuring all valid songs. Note does not provide error handling on the string, instead just resulting using null. Which does use this string, but I believe there's also this that takes an already parsed list parameters thing. There's then the change playlist method. This will take in the already shuffled playlist. Not the already shuffled playlist, the already, searched playlist, basically. Because, the create playlist method here will create a new list of integers. These are actually, indices into the array of songs here, provided by bgmlibrary.json. Granted, it's actually internally handled as a list itself, so that I can add files to it at runtime. using the UI that I want to make for it eventually. When I get around to it. So this all should be working just about correctly. So this will provide the create playlist method will return a list of integers. So it can potentially have a chat method is going to call create parameters or create playlist. It'll first do its error checking to make sure that the string we give it for the tags system is correct syntax. Once we've checked that it's correct syntax, we will then check to make sure that those keywords actually exist. Granted, that it could also just like have it just run straight into create playlist, and the create playlist returns an empty list, then we know that something about the command didn't work well. So that'll be how that gets done. So yeah, it should just be a matter of creating commands for it. And I have to remember how to do Twitch chat commands. I believe there is a method here, or file here called twitchcommands.cs. Let's take a look at this and see what we got here. I think it's probably a similar structure or architecture to the console commands, just with some extra steps. But yeah, we have the register command method, and then we specify in a class. Or an instance of that class, I should say. Alright, but, BGM Library Manager, the create playlist is public. Create playlist method is public. Change playlist method is public. I am noticing, though, I might need to set something up to make sure that when we... Because normally we do next song, but I think next song will end up incrementing... It does increment current playlist index. Last index used in case we're at the end of the playlist. It may also run start loading song. So it looks like that's all we actually need. Which will do this. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create an overload for this method. Public void start loading song int playlist index. actually, I'm going to do int index and then bool playlist. I'm going to copy this text. I guess I can't use a C here. I have to use instead a code tag. I'm gonna do a pair here. This overload is used to load a specific song by index. Either from the main library data table or from current playlist. So if from current playlist, then we'll reassign index like that. Cool. And then we do start loading song, where the song we use is going to be. Actually, I want to see if there's anything else we are missing from that. Oh, I'll see that in a sec, actually. Library data dot songs index. Boom. This. Songs table in C library data. Cool. Meow. Singer Purple Phantom. I don't need the buff, I hear the sound of you entering. Okay. I'm going to go find next song. I want to see how this was doing. I do believe start loading song does eventually set current song. Oh, you have regen? Huh. Okay. Sure, we can get that done real quick. Hopefully before I forget. Give me a sec. I'm setting things up for this. Excuse me. Probably from all the cheesing. It's a number of things, but it's understandable. Anyways. So, let's do this. Pause the music and go here. Make sure I'm actually clicking this. Years of battle have taken their toll. We can regenerate you at a cost. Your toaster can be restored, but much of your hydrogen and head pats will be lost. These you'll have to earn all over again in KT streams. When you awaken, you'll respawn as a next generation toaster fricker. Would you like to go to the next gen? E-toaster Cackerel Sniper. I do also need to improve this sequence next-ish. Okie doke. Unfortunately, we do actually need to be doing regens on the restream dock, which is less than ideal because it is slow as fuck. Momentum 4, 3, 7, 8. There you go. Oh, you're Generation 3. Wow, I actually expected you to be Generation 2, but now you're Generation 3. Cool. Alright, flipping back to gameplay scene. Awesome. I do want to set that up with the new animations. I would love to get that done at some point in the near future. But I am trying to finish up the Generation 3. Congratulations. I'm noticing you're Gen 3, but you never got the VIP for being Gen 2. Let me actually triple check. I haven't checked the regen rewards in a long time. Here it is. Regeneration rewards. Mug Designer. You can now select your battle theme and Titan Blades. You could also have selected your victory theme at Gen 2. Which makes sense. You do get a game recommendation or a game pitch consultation. I still haven't gotten around to doing the Lurk Titans. I don't know if I'm ever actually going to get around to Lurk Titans. I might try and rework that into some other new system, honestly. But, yeah. As it stands, I don't really have a good spot for everybody to be in anymore. I mean, I think I do. I could actually just, like, move the tip up slightly, and then just have everybody lurking around in that spot, but, As it stands, I'm also, like, not super fond of how the pixel art came out for that. I would honestly like to have that at some point. Just people walking around, so it makes it feel a little bit less lonely when stream gets quiet. There are morgies going on. Grant them Morgies. keep forgetting I need to make that configuration where I can make that smaller by default, or not smaller by default, but like the threshold to make it smaller, because there's at certain point it minimizes. I think the default is actually like 32, which it really should be like closer to 10, I think. This is fine though. I am already kind of distracted and wobbling around. And waffling around, even. It's a good thing that Amy isn't here, because I know Amy usually complains that lags the crap out of the dashboard. And it's not currently lagging crap out of my dashboard. But it has certainly cleared chat on that side. The Morgies do not show up in the restream doc, though, which is the interesting part. But, I mean, that's obviously because the restream doc in general is very limited with how much it actually implements of the... Hey, look, we found the part where it minimizes. Don't tell me you, like, intentionally waited for the combo to drop so you could make them big again. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know if that's what Phantom was doing there. Anyways, what am I supposed to be working on next? Oh yeah, I'm currently supposed to be working on Twitch commands. I was trying to check to make sure that everything with setting a new playlist is going to work. That's the main thing I need to check through for. I do check playlist, or change playlist. Yeah, we don't have anything going on here. I wanted to go look at, because next song was how I normally start off. In fact, actually, I do want to check here. That's done in Keybind next, which is fine. Yeah, let me actually see. So when we're stopped, we do change behavior mode. We do next song. Which... That's when we do change behavior mode. But if we don't have a playlist and we go from disabled to playing, we're back in the corner again. I might set the threshold on that. I'm gonna set it kind of late, kind of low, because I'm a little tired of it. My head keeps resetting. Twitch lag, maybe? Functional website? Normally it's a lot easier to keep it running when multiple people are doing it, but considering you are the only one, that's probably part of the reason why it's kind of annoying to do. But yeah, okay. Yeah, we do... If there is no playlist, then we do change playlists based on default mood. At which point, I actually want to make it so that current playlists... fact, yeah, hang on a second. When we do change playlist, I do believe that automatically changes our current playlist index to 0. So what I want to do is I want to do an else here, where I then wrap all of this into the else block. I do not want this stuff running if we're starting a new playlist. Is again after another time for now I save again. That's like several thousand hydrogen points, or hydrogen fuel points that you spent for that. It was 2624 for the first combo, and then 2112 for the second combo, and then there was a few in between that didn't become a combo, or at least a combo that KT- wanted to comment on. So yeah, that's easily like somewhere in the ballpark of 5,000. Okay, well, yes, that's been set up so that that works properly. We do not care about handling the playlist index if we're currently creating a new playlist. Anyways, so with that being said, probably make it such that whenever we're doing change playlists, I think I'll probably want to make sure that we document that change playlist does not start the playlist. Playlist mainly for debug slash display purposes. I think let's go to definition on this and find all references to this. Yeah, it is currently used in the debug info. How wow. But I'll probably end up using that. I'll have a command, a Twitch command that prints that probably. Just put this on a new line. Okay. So now that I know sets the active playlist to new playlist, we also want to indicate here that we also shuffle it. I might actually make that optional. Cool and good. Yeah, so that should be all we need for now. And I'll just need to make sure that I remember to tell it to play the next song, which I believe we just have a method for that now, I believe. Because we changed one of the methods to do that. We added an overload to a method. Yeah, the start loading song is what we created for that. So we'll do that. So we'll change playlist and then call start loading song 0 true is what we'll do. And that's going to be how we do that. That's generally how next song has worked in the past. Cool. Let's get those set up then. What command do I want to base this off of? Let's base this off of set project. It's gonna have the same minimum user level. I am gonna limit this to broadcaster. Kind of also want to open it up to moderator and be like, mods, play my lock-in playlist. That would be funny, but also I don't know if I trust my mods with this command all that much. Actually, I kind of do, but I kind of don't. I don't know. I'll leave it as broadcaster at the moment, and then I'll leave it as broadcaster while I'm testing it for sure. And then if I see fit to do it, then we will, once I've, like, kind of confirmed that the system works and functions properly, and I iron out any of the potential bugs, at that point I'd be a little bit more receptive to mods having access to this command, or this set of commands, really. But we're going to do command, actually going to do first, obviously these are going to be BGM. I really should have a separate file. There's a better way to organize these, but oh well. BGM check playlist is going to be a simplified version of this. So I'm going to call it BGM check for now. We are going to set this into a new category, BGM. I don't need to, like, register a new category at all, right? That kind of just handles itself, right? I think so. Yeah. I do want these to all be in their own category. Alright. Print help is going to be evaluates a potential playlist prints information about it for specific syntax. See help BGM playlist. I believe it's exclamation mark help, right? If I do like exclamation mark help, Unity WTF. Yeah, cool. Awesome. Thanks, KT Dash. Alrighty. So, we will not be using command parts because it's using space delimiting, whereas we actually want to use... which actually, we kind of have that already set up. Yeah. You do start index, message string.index of that, which is where we want to set that up. So if this is empty, interestingly enough, you know what? I forgot to actually set the project string today. Set project KT62 overlay info. Finishing up functionality and user input for the new media player system. Yeah, interestingly enough, this doesn't use the ability to reply to messages, I'm noticing. Which is interesting. So I believe, yeah, reply ID. We can set that. For that, we do message ID, I believe is how we do that. We can also do question mark here in case the message is null. Want this to be technically speaking, if I want to check what the current playlist is, I can do BGM playlist without without a thing. Actually, nah, I do want this to just say what the current playlist is. I think I should be able to access that. Actually, we'll probably need to make sure that we can access the BGM library. And for that, I'm actually going to... Oh my goodness, there's all sorts of stuff here. I can actually get rid of these. And that. So it's saying that I don't need that. And then I want to do using string BGM library. Come back down here. So I will be able to actually access that. I'm actually going to need to check if we even have... Did I actually add... I did not actually add a reference to it. I need to make sure I do that. We're just gonna need to find an object type. That's fine. BGM Library Manager. A find object of type, which means I want to make sure that this is serializable, or serialized field. Alright. Let's rename this from project string to, parameter string. There. That way I understand what that means. Okay. In this case, we are checking if... So I do actually want to make it... If I do PGM playlist, then I should probably... And I don't have a parameter string, that should just get all songs. If that is actually a valid feature. Even though I don't really want to be doing that, but, you know... Okay, so. As it stands, I am going to need library manager equals how do we get a thing from manager? Surely we reference the chat command manager, right? Or Twitch commands. Zero references. Or maybe we don't. Wait. Oh, jeez. Okay. Fine. I'll do it myself. We'll do this, and then there is a method called register command. Boom. Done. Job's done. Now these can actually access that instead of having to do whatever the fuck the other commands were doing. They're probably actually just using, like, the static instances of the singletons. Is probably what it was doing. But doesn't mean I can do that, so now I have the explicit type in there. Currently disabled. Add braces. Currently disabled. And return. But actually, I'm gonna put that right at the top here, actually. I mean, technically speaking, it doesn't actually need to be enabled for BGM check to be used, but I'm gonna be basing the actual set playlist command off of this command, so now we want to see whether or not we currently have a playlist. Which, if it's not disabled, we should. Keyword should. And here we want to use actually conditional. In fact, we actually want to do string.isNull or empty on library manager current playlist parameters. Do this into a new line, because otherwise, boy, that's annoying. Oh, never mind, I can't do that because it gets confused. Great. Awesome. This is a conditional. Actually, this needs to be all wrapped in a parentheses because otherwise the conditional colon gets read as the format specifier, which you obviously don't want. A thing like this. So put this into its own thing. Oh, wait. You should probably, just to make sure that this doesn't bug out when compiled. In fact, actually, you know what we can do? We'll set parameter string to be this following check. We are still going to return out, so hopefully that won't actually bug us. Then what we do is library manager current playlist parameters. Cool. Actually, you know what I just realized? to do that twice, so let's just do that here. And then if parameter string is null or empty, we do that. Otherwise, we just wrap it like that. That's what we do. At which point we actually just... we don't even need the interpolated string at all. We just do that. Just squish it in there. There. That will handle checking the current playlist. If we're not checking the current playlist and we're currently trying to check what a playlist will look like with this parameter string, then we will instead be doing something like the thread. So first thing we want to do is error check. And in order to error check, figure out how to do that. Before that, I'm going to go look at how we create a playlist. After we do this, there are no vertical pipes, and there are no things like this. Honestly, I could just call create playlist here. And the library data is publicly accessible, so I can use that to then also do an error check on that. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna let it handle the error checking there. I'm not gonna have it complain about my error checking, honestly. I'm just gonna let it generate the playlist and then see what it looks like. I'm just gonna do that. Fuck it. Library manager, create playlist based on parameter string.
Headpats incoming.
Let's take your purple, Tengu. How are you doing? Yeah. Thank you for headpats. It goes alright. I've been tired and eepy all day. I'm just now starting to get into a good rhythm. Just trying to push through it. Okay, so let's go ahead and use explicit type. I only put the there so I could know, so I could just, like, you know, do that instead of having to type out the list int. Remember what type I'm dealing with. And we'll go ahead and check through this. First of all, we'll length valid equals false. Actually, I should start it as true. We then do, this will already do its valid check. Everything that's in this playlist should be valid, so I don't need to check if they're all valid songs. Because we can just then do playlist.count, and we'll get how many songs are in there. We need float total length 0. And then do for each int index in playlist library data dot song song, which actually I'm gonna want to cache that outside to make garbage collection easier. Do song equals. Actually, I might want to also cache the library data itself. Library manager, library data. There we go. Which actually, I want it to be the list. Use explicit type. There we go. I'm gonna do library data index. So now have our song. If song dot length is greater than or equal to 0, total length plus equals song dot length. Else, we will mark length valid equals false. That's probably actually all I need there. So yeah. If the playlist is empty, then this shouldn't do anything. Which actually, let's also make sure if playlist, is there a situation in which this returns null? There is no situation in which this returns null, I think. Unless we go into this. Nope. No situation in which this returns null. Good to know. So then we just print information about this list. Make sure we're applying to message ID. Error. Resulting playlist is empty. Good. Else, we do... I accidentally copied a new line. I hate when selecting nothing and pressing Control-C copies nothing and replaces my fucking clipboard. Evaluation. This is gonna be a template string. Resulting playlist has playlist.count songs. It appears. Actually, you know what? Hang on. String MSG equals this, and then we're going to add to this string depending on the results of length valid. If length valid, then message plus equals I have to go look at formats again. Let's see if there is a way to give it a leading 0. I know there probably is a way to. Ha. I think it's the D thing. Minimum number of digits. So yeah, D decimal. Integer digits with optional negative sign. Supported by integral types only, so I will need to kind of floor that to a integer. But that's fine. Want to interpolate the string. It has a total length of actually I might do hang on. If the total length is less than or equal to 0, message plus equals I was unable to calculate the length of the playlist due to missing length data. I'll go ahead and throw in a however in there. Else, string length string is going to be a template or a interpolated string. This is going to be just the part of it where here I do mathf floor to int total length mod 60 with a format specifier of D2, minimum 2 digits. All three of these are going to be this, but we are going to do a division. But actually, all of these should have the percent on the other side. Or the mod, I should say. Modulo operation. So the first one's going to be the seconds. And that's already going to be modded by 60. Here we want to do total length divided by 60. That's going to be minutes. Then we want to do the hours. It's going to be divided by 3,600. So I believe that's 60 times 60. Yes. That's going to be hours. That's going to be minutes. That's going to be seconds. Perfect. So if the length is valid, we'll just simply write it has a total length of length string. Else, we want to indicate that we're missing some length data. So we do, but we still want to give what the initial impression is. It appears to have a total length of... Maybe I should actually do, hang on, int invalid lengths equals 0. And increment that variable when we encounter a song that doesn't have the right length. In fact, what we can actually do is we can get rid of the Boolean entirely and instead check if invalid length is greater than 0. Or actually, I should say equal to 0 here. And then we put it in here. Semicolon, because KT dash is so smart. However, and here's where I then put invalid lengths are missing length data, thus making this estimate inaccurate. Boom. We then send the chat message. And there we go. This can actually be left this way. We don't actually need to mod the hour number. And if I somehow have a playlist over 60 hours, I would like to know that. Please and thank you. Also, I kind of don't need a format specifier, because it'll print out 0 if it's 0, and it doesn't, I don't need a leading 0. I'd prefer not to have a leading 0 for hours. For the other numbers, it makes sense. So that finishes up that. That gives us a BGM command BGM check playlist. And it's time to do the set playlist version. Let me select from here to here. Duplicate. Set playlist. Changes the current playlist in the BGM module. Use a list of tags to filter a specific set of songs. Separate tags with the ampersand to include must include for vertical pipe include any of and that'll be how that works. Same dealio, if BGM module is currently disabled, we'll do that. If there are no parameters, we actually just want to go ahead and yell that this is supposed to be the command where I actually do something. Actually, no, it should be, null is what it should be. We should start a playlist with null is what we need to do. So in that case, we should actually just do this. Just gets done here. And the rest of that can be done there. Again, so BGM check will be done to check what playlist is currently playing. In fact, I actually want to put that in here. Check what playlist is currently playing, or evaluates a potential playlist and some information about it. So the specific syntax, see help BGM playlist. Okay. I do believe string.substring should just return null if the start index is out of bounds, but I might triple check that to make sure. String.substring method. Or empty if start index is equal to the length of this instance. Start index is less than 0 or greater than length of this index throws an out of range exception. So we need to make sure that that's done then. Okay. For the length, we want to count if it has... Actually, we just checked the start index. Actually, let's do it this way. If start index is greater than 0 and start index is less than the length, then we'll set parameter string equals this. Otherwise, we'll keep it null, which create playlist will treat as, you know, an empty thing and filter in all songs. We don't actually need to check any of this. What we'll do, if playlist count is 0, we'll say resulting playlist is empty and don't do anything. But if it is not empty, then we should play it. It's time to play it. So, we will do this. Library manager. Change playlist. The playlist. Parameters being parameter string. Shuffle being true by default. There might be a situation in the future where I want to set that to false if I have a specific playlist I want to use. But for now, it's always going to be true. In fact, we actually kind of don't need to specify that, honestly. Alright. New playlist is now playing. It's going to be how we say it. We also want to make sure we do library manager. Start loading song. There's the +1 overload, so that's going to be what we do. Do the first index from current playlist. True. That should be it. Let's go register that command as well. So both of those have been registered. Let's do one for setting the behavior mode. For that, I want to do let's see here. Let's use reduce Morgy combo threshold. Command BGM mode. Let's just call it BGM mode. BGM mode. BGM category. This needs to be broadcaster. Change the BGM module behavior. 0 equals disabled. 1 equals active. Always on unless paused manually. 2 equals standby only. Automatically resumes and plays when on actually pauses and resumes when changing scenes in OBS. Granted, I will actually also be able to write these because I'm going to use enum.tryparse. So I can actually do enum.tryparse. And we do out BGM library manager.behavior mode. Behavior mode. Oh wait, I need capital E, don't I? Yeah, there we go. So this needs to be this. And we are gonna need to grab you real quick. And that way we can get current behavior mode. Set into target value. Let me actually triple check. If I tell it to change behavior mode, does it... Yeah, it does check if the current behavior mode matches the old behavior mode, and will guard clause out in that case. So we can just have it boot out. Library manager, change behavior mode to target value. I do believe the default mode for printing the value of this should be using the enum name. Cool. Let's go register that. BGM mode. Then, what else am I thinking of? need. The buttons are going to be handled with buttons. Real buttons. Which, you know, it's very floor-based out of floor, but generally speaking, that means that I don't need chat commands for, like, next song or play pause, because I'm going to have keybinds for that. So it should be all we need for that, actually. I just noticed we had a severe lag spike earlier. 1,000 dropped frames. What happened there? When did that happen? We never disconnected. So that's wacky. I don't see it on my network log. Oh well. Oh well. I guess we start working on the UI stuff for it then. So Twitch commands have been handled. I don't think there's another Twitch command I need. I do kind of want a console command to auto-populate all song lengths. That would be nice. I kind of do actually want to do that next. Let's set that up. It's gonna be a fucking nightmare to set up, though, for sure. It's going to need to be a, it's gonna need to be a coroutine. So I'm gonna put it down where, the load song coroutine is. Put it right below it, actually. Alright. Public. Actually, this is going to be private. IE numerator. Populate song lengths coroutine. Oh boy. This is gonna be fun. First thing I want to do is I guess this is going to be a for each song in library data songs. At which point, use explicit type. I will need to do audio clip. Clip equals null out here. Oh boy. Yeah, we do at least have like a template of what we're doing here, thankfully, but it's gonna be a nightmare. Get string file path. Make sure that's outside of it. We need audio type, song audio type, also outside. This is convenient. It's optimal for whatchamacallit. So I'm going to copy all of this for loading the song. we do need to make sure song audio type gets set. The first thing we need to do is set file path song.file name. Song audio type will be this code, the sound redeem manager.get audio type file extension. That should really be some sort of extension static, honestly. And then we do clip is that. If clip is somehow null after doing the download handler audio clip.get content thing, we're gonna go ahead and send a message. Otherwise, when we get down to past this if statement where we're using the request, we want to assume that something else went wrong with it. Resulting audio clip is null. Lame CTLO, I guess. Question mark. Alright. If the audio type is in fact unknown, in fact I'm actually going to do else here. Then we do console manager.log error. Gonna load file path, unknown or unsupported file type. Make sure we're not returning anywhere, which we're not. Cool. Good. This loads the file. Make sure nothing went wrong with that file. If something went wrong with the file, clip will be null, and we are just going to not comment on it if it is still null. So if clip is null at this point in the code, we'll run continue to skip this song. And we'll do nothing else, I think. Otherwise, we will do something that the code does, which is debug.log wait for union mark audio clip is loaded. Do this. I might as well do extended log here. Let's do that, actually. I do console manager extended log. Here I put this. Bulk length check. Start checking file path. File path, loaded. These errors will also show up in the extended log, so I don't need to worry about adding something to the extended log saying that we failed. Waiting for Unity to mark clip as loaded. Then we do while clip.loaded state does not equal loaded, we wait until end of frame. Do clip.length. So we'll do float length equals clip.length. We do want to check to make sure that that actually registered properly. If len is less than or equal to 0, we are going to do a continue at the end here, where I do console manager log error. Copy this, paste. So this file was loaded, but returned a length value of len. Should say in specified invalid length value of whatever this value is. File successfully validated to length len. And then we move on to the next one. We do also want to make sure we discard it too. I forgot. So we immediately do destroy clip. Then at the end here, we're going to do console manager log. finished bulk length check. And there we go. Save. Let me remind myself, use or check the extended log for more info. So now I've got this method. Let's go ahead and get a public method for this to run this. Call this bulk populate song lengths. Actually, let's go ahead and add a bool only. Actually, let's call it boolean update all. And here we'll actually skip it if it is already updated. In fact, I'm actually going to go ahead and do int up. Int done equals 0. Finish bulk length check for, let's make this an interpolated string now. Was it done? Files. So do int errors as well. With errors. So for example, could not load file, that's an error. Could not load file request error is an error. Sorry, unknown or unsupported file type is an error. Actually, hang on. I might want to also make sure the file exists. I just realized. Dang it, that should just already do the new line. Duplicate this here. File does not exist. Oh no! I mean, that shouldn't happen considering the fact that it would have validated by now, but in fact, we might as well go ahead and set this up to also invalidate that song. I'll probably want to also do that whenever we also have this kind of error. But this kind of error could happen for literally any fucking reason. Alright. One error. Invalid length, that's an error. But if we get to this end and we successfully validated, that's a done. But then, first thing we need to do is actually check. If update all is false, and song.length is greater than 0, continue. skip this song. Cool. We run start coroutine. Up. Update functions, coroutine, update all. And that's how that works. Let's go ahead and create the console command for that now. Console commands. I'm gonna duplicate KT reconnect. Call this console command BGM bulk check lengths. Call it just BGM lengths. And for this, all we do is manager. Oh, not Maga. Holy crap. It's awful. BGM library manager. Bulk populates on lengths. Actually, do you want to see if we have the, the update all thing there? Do I have like a try-parse boolean thing dingy around here? Might even be in Twitch commands. Aha! Public static bool try-parse command boolean. I'm gonna use that. Hang on, where are we at? Here we go. Bool update all. False by default, but we will check if command parts. And I know for sure this one, we want to check if it is greater than 1, because the first part of command parts is always the command name. Which I know, that's dumb, but whatever.
Headpats incoming.
Meow. Meow. Thank you, Headpats Army. But actually, what I'm going to do is, instead of doing update, what I'm actually going to do, Twitch commands. Actually, it's going to be chat command dot try-parse command boolean. Welcome home, Yami. I think I might have already said that, though. Command parts 1 out int update all. Oh wait, does try-parse command boolean write something in chat if it fails? It does not. Okay, good. Not int. Why did I write out int? Out update all. We're not establishing a new variable. We're setting the same variable. There. Thanks for looking at me. Snack and bulk check links. Oh, actually, I need to register that command. I need to make sure that all of the commands I added for the Twitch is also registered. Come on. BGM bulk check lengths. There. I have to make sure that the last command I did for Twitch is also registered. It probably is, but yeah, BGM mode is done. Set playlist, check playlist, those are all done. Cool. Okie dokie. Console command to auto-populate all song lengths. That is now done. Alright. Make sure everything is saved and hopefully nothing explodes. Oh, that's not what I wanted to click. I wanted to click this button because I want to go ahead and pull up you and push all of that to the Git because the next thing I want to work on, obviously, is the UI. However, the UI isn't a big deal, and I'm probably going to put a branch off of this branch because the next thing I need to do is to test and thoroughly test whether or not this is going to explode when I actually use this in conjunction with all the other things, including, you know, all that. But in order to do that, I need the deployed KT dash to go to sleep, and then I need stream to not be running because I can't really test a lot of this on stream. I need to be able to test this off stream. That's all I need to do and test all of that off stream. And just, I'm still making the assumption that all of this is functional. But I would also like to work on the UIs for importing songs. And so for that, I'm going to be starting another branch off of this branch. And then I can revert back to the main branch when I'm ready to test everything to make sure everything is functioning properly. Just without the crazy UI that I'm going to do in a sec. But, you know, obviously I'm not fully ready to end stream right now. And I have a little bit of time left. And I'll probably spend that time, you know, fleshing out what the UI is going to look like for importing songs. That's going to be how that's going to work. So, actually, I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick. I am going to BRB. Everybody take a stretch break because we're going on standby. return. I don't know what happened, why you got immediately knocked out. I could only hear the match, I couldn't actually see the match. Anyways, so, as I was saying, I want to get this Git updated so that I can branch off of this to work on the UI. So I'm gonna go ahead and set up the stuff for the pause reservation stuff. Which is going to be that. And then these two functions, as well as that stuff. Then you get added, and all of this is for that. The Unmasked Joke Manager, I believe, is also just going to be all of that. That's all going to be for pause reservation system implement. Pause reservation system. There we go. And then the rest of this is going to be different. So we added all the Twitch commands. Oh, this should have actually been part of the previous one. Well, thankfully we haven't pushed it yet. Amend commit. Add this change where we added that. Amend last commit. Perfect. All of this was to support getting the commands ready. Add commands. I'm just going to leave it at that. Add commands. Push origin. And that will be that. And then I'm going to create a new branch. We are currently on a branch. Create branch based on the currently checked out branch. And call this BGM import UI. Publish branch. So that previous branch will be used to build a new binary that I will then test extensively, hopefully tonight, because tomorrow I'm going to be streaming. I am absolutely going to be streaming tomorrow, even though it is an extra day. I want to play some fucking Oxygen Not Included tomorrow. I've been dying to play some more fucking Oxygen, so we're definitely playing Oni tomorrow. I really want to, especially because I know I'm definitely not going to be replacing tomorrow. I'm not going to be replacing next week's Monday stream with Oxygen. That's not fucking happening because Halloween event is happening in Deep Rock Galactic. So it's gonna be Halloween that we do on Monday. We dwarfing on Monday. We're not oxygening on Monday, which means I would like to do some oxygen on Friday. Because I've also been dying for some freaking Oxygen Not Included. Cool. So we are now on the new branch. It's time to start working on the thing. Let me start hiding some things so I can have a nice, clean interface to work with. We'll keep a little Morgy there. I'll take away the counter. I'll take away the alerts. We'll take away the XP animation. Although again, as it stands, I would really like to set up the other thing. Okay. So, I am gonna have this be a nice big panel. In fact, it probably will just be full screen because the idea is going to be that this is going to be a UI that I use when I'm not streaming to fix up the whole thing. So we're going to go ahead and add a panel and call this BGM management panel. There's going to be several sub-panels to this, actually, so... It's going to be, like, mostly full screen. Not fully full screen, but mostly full screen. It's going to be blue, because it's blue like K-Talk. We love it's blue like K-Talk. We'll leave it partially transparent. I mean, we're gonna have some sub elements here. It'll be different, but there's the BGM management panel here. We are going to have a scroll view in here that will have every single song. I am going to need to figure out how to set up the tags view. So that's going to be interesting. I don't know if there's like a built-in combined scroll view and input fields in Unity. So hang on, let me reset that. Alright. I believe we will be getting rid of the horizontal scroll bar. We do not need that. We will make the right scroll bar the full thing. So we do not have a horizontal scroll bar. Get rid of the reference. We do not want an elastic movement type. We don't want inertia. And we want a high scroll sensitivity. Let's do this sort of thing. Simply pivot to the top so I can set this to negative 20-ish. Not even. Negative 10. Set height 400. I may actually go ahead and do this and give it a little bit more space in the bottom. Something like that. I'm gonna make it black. A little bit more opaque. Okay. We will leave it with the default design for the scroll bars. We will be using like default Unity stuff for a lot of this stuff. The main reason I wanted a space down here was to adjust tags, and again, I need to figure out if there's like a built-in there's an input field I don't think there is a way to set this up ahead of time as like a multi-line thing. Maybe it does. Multi-line, new line. Although I probably want to keep it as multi-line submit. I do not want actually I don't want new lines to be part of the tag list. Instead, I'm going to use actually the vertical pipe as the tag separator here. Annoyingly, it still doesn't have a way for me to submit, or a way to add Unity events for submit, which is kind of annoying. Though I think on-end edit actually still works. And I haven't set it so that onValue changed will then set a dirty variable. That way, if I do on-end edit and the dirty variable isn't set, then we're not going to try and reparse it and change tags when we don't need to, etc. So we'll be doing that. I'm going to call this tag editor field. As such, I'm going to put it down here. 140, and left and right will be 10. And then I want to put the pivot at the bottom, so I can then put a 10 up from the bottom. There we go. I'm going to change the color to black, maybe like dark blue. Yeah, something like this. The placeholder is actually going to say something different. We're going to have it say, in fact, actually, I might have this say something different depending on what's selected. In fact, actually, with that being said, I want to have a little bit of space to show what song is being selected. Like that. So then we do UI, text, current song label. I'm gonna have this do horizontal overflow, overflow, vertical overflow. Truncate. Could even do best fit. Do G as a boink dot mp. That's gonna be how that looks. That's then going to be placed like this. Actually, I'm going to be from bottom. Pivot on bottom. Left 10. Right 10. Position Y. Like that. Color white. And center it. But by default, it's actually I can make it pretty small. Actually, that'll fit plenty of stuff. But I do actually want to run wrap. It'll align to bottom like that. Which I'm gonna be slightly above. Like that. Which actually, I'll have it overflow. Yeah, I'll have it overflow like that, and that'll be fine. By default, probably say something like select a song to edit tags. I will also want a button around here somewhere to instead open the whatchamacallit. I'm actually make this slightly bigger. Yeah, something like this. And then I want to give us a little bit more space. I could also have this be a layout object, but fuck it. Give some space here. Tag editor field, we're going to move up. How much did I move that up out of curiosity? I gave it like 40 more pixels, I think. So we do wait, no. We do 50? Yeah. That gives us a spot to put things. This gets placed at 162. There we go. Again, the idea is going to be that if I hit enter, it's going to finish editing. So we'll leave it like that. Here we do no tags. Then I'm gonna have a button here to open the whatchamacallit. I could also have a button to like remove from playlist. Car you got there? Yeah.
Alert! Dairy projectile incoming.
Yeah, that's fine. It's fine. I recover from this. Okay. So this is fine. Well, that black square didn't show up in the Twitch chat, but it did show up in the restream doc. That's interesting. I don't know if it was supposed to be a black square either. Actually, wait. I think actually that's a black square used to indicate that it is a black cat, because it's a yellow cat. It's orange cat in restream. That's interesting. Alright, now let's set up the thing for all of the whatchamacallits. First things first. Let's go ahead and add a vertical layout group here. Set them up like this for now. I'll not do child force expand. Don't control child size either. in theory, we're gonna have some other things. Okay, so we're gonna start off. We're actually going to create buttons, I believe. It's gonna be how we end up doing this. Each one is gonna be a button. Is gonna be how I handle this. Song. And tree. I should call it song list entry. Probably will actually set it to child force expand width like that.
Some people never change. Both of you are just weapons to be used and thrown away.
Just weapons to be
Just
used
mean
on
that
the
because
battlefield.
And a
of
weapon has no right to think
I guess
for
it's
itself.
accounting for the scroll bar, I guess. But then, in fact, actually, I'm gonna create another empty here, which I'm going to call header. Which, in and of itself, this might actually, in and of itself, have some buttons on it. But we want this to be a horizontal layout group. Because we want this to potentially be used so that I can sort through the list. Don't force expand. And we are going to be creating buttons for each of these. Header button index. Which I'm just going to put a number sign there. I'm actually going to make sure I do layout elements on each of these. Min width and height. Actually, I don't need min height. I'm going to let it kind of expand out. In fact, we actually aren't going to do control child size width, the height, child force expand height. But then I also want to make sure the height of this thing is 50. Nah, 20. Yep. Which I guess actually for now I might not need layout elements. This is going to be 32, I think, is going to be enough. Yeah. By the way, something I want to do real quick. I do not want to use a UI mask for this. Or at least I don't want to use the UI mask sprite. Instead, I'm going to let it be fully in the area. Because otherwise, it looks atrocious. This is the spacing. Right. I'm going to make these transparent. Actually, we can use this sort of color. I want to make it like I want it to be a nice accent color to the blue, basically. So I'll need to make sure all the texts are a proper color. I think white is probably what we want to use here. We'll leave it centered for each of these. The texts are going to be the one we're going to have to really kind of set up properly. Alright, so that should be it. Then we just create all the other buttons. Do header button title. This is going to be width 300. Possibly even longer than that. Might need longer for each of these, honestly. 300 is probably fine enough for title, and then artist album can be actually pretty short. File name will be something that shows up here when I click on it, I think is going to be how we do it. So I'm going to make sure that each of these are bold. Header, button, artist, another one for album, again, these can both be a little bit shorter, like that. There's gonna be a lot of clipping text because a lot of things are actually have much longer labels to this, but it'll be fine. Tab 1 for length. Duplicate. This one can be pretty short. That should be short enough. Everything else I think we can get... Oh, actually, local volume should probably put on there. Oh yeah, I should actually be able to edit like crossfade offset and stuff here. Out of curiosity, so if we write just a ridiculous amount of stuff here... oh, let me make sure that this is colored correctly. That white. Let's say that we have this only at 50 pixels in length. We are going to do here. Type a bunch of gibberish until we get to the bottom here. So that just truncates at that point. But also, I kind of have a feeling that by the time I get to this sort of length in the tag system, it's probably too much, actually. So honestly, it probably is actually a fine height for it. I could give it a little bit more. Place it up there, and then I can slide in some things for... Actually, it'll make it 65. And I can slide in some stuff here for the crossfade offset local volume. So add in a UI input field, which I need to label these as well. Crossfade offset field. So of course want to make that black. Place it somewhere around here. I want to anchor that to the bottom like this. Anchor it like that. Duplicate this label. So I call this. Actually, just gonna call this a generic label. This is gonna be positioned like this, with a width of 200. Change the stuff like this. And then place it down here. Actually center this. There we go. I like how that looks. Don't need that to be nearly as long. I can go ahead and set it up to be... I'll make the placeholder be 0.0. I can also set this up, content type, decimal number. Cool. And then duplicate each of these. We'll go ahead and name these. So this is going to be the local volume. Amy has regen. Well, if Amy is available for regen, we can do that. Aha, I can't hold shift to move in a line. Maybe here. Cool. And then same thing with you. I'm gonna make your default 1.0. I should also make sure that both these placeholders are a little bit lighter. Alright, we'll go with that since we're already using transparency on these. There we go. Make sure that these are also white. Cool. extra 0 onto this. Cool. Now let's go ahead and set up things. So you know what our spacings are going to be, so we're gonna then set up our songless entries. Again, I'm gonna color these like this, and then make it slightly more transparent. Actually, we'll color like this and just make it very transparent. Alright. Then I do horizontal layout group on these. We have a force expand height. And then we use the same widths as the first thing. So 32. This is going to be labeled as song index label. So I can put a 1 here. Make sure this is aligned properly. I may also want to kind of do some padding. Which means that you're actually going to be like 22 instead. Now let's also make sure that you are setting the colors properly. White. You might want to make the entries themselves a little shorter. Like that. I'm actually going to use the best fit on these. Max size 16. In case we do somehow get $100 values. Wait. If I do undo that, we'll leave it at that then. Okay. Next up, I will duplicate this label, might as well. But we will not do best fit. We will use horizontal overflow. Oh, hang on. Put this in the wrong spot. Duplicated the wrong thing. This is what I wanted to edit. I don't know why it made me edit the other one. This one we wanted it to be 300 minus 5, so 295. Like that. Cool. Oh, wait. Hang on. I think the spacing should actually be 10. Yeah. Yeah, horizontal overflow, which it should actually mask itself, but I don't actually have that set up properly, unfortunately, and I don't feel like setting that up. So it's just going to overflow if it does overflow. I'll just have to deal with that. Do you also want to make sure that all of these are not raycast targets, because the raycast target needs to fall through to the thing. Maybe the buttons already... The buttons don't. Which is interesting. Those should really not be raycast targets. There, okay. Wait, that means that this needs to be 290. Okay. Duplicate this label. We're gonna have next is song artist label. That's gonna be 190. Album label is gonna be the same thing. I might actually need these to be in their own thingamajiggies. So I'm going to add a UI image, song title, mask. Don't show mask graphic. And then we copy in 290 up 290. Slide you into there, which for you, we just want you to fully take up that space. There, it'll be like that. And that way, when it goes beyond the stuff, it just does that. It just truncates properly and doesn't go outside of the thing. So otherwise, with this one, for example, if I have it go outside the thing, it starts overwriting what's in the album space, which we don't want that for any of the other things. As such, we'll actually get rid of that and duplicate that one specifically. This will be 190. This will also be 190. Cool. Let's call this actually song field mask instead of the specific field it is. There. This is artist label. Album label. And then the length, we actually don't need that to be a thing. We just need that to be, what was it, 80? Yeah, so 70. But we will also still make that font size 16. It doesn't need to be a best fit, though. And it'll look like that. Not bad. And then once it is fully constructed, it's gonna look like that. And then there's gonna be a whole scroll thing to this. But in order to get the scroll view to operate properly, I need a content size fitter, vertical fit, preferred size. There we go. And that will do that. Cool. That will operate properly. Cool. Got the crossfade offset here, local volume here. Again, I'm going to make it so that when we just end edit, we will mark dirty and do things. Clean this out. Actually, want to make sure this is up here rather than the place it's in. Come on. Come on. There we go. Segment Proclast and Sean. How are you doing? Is there anything else I want to edit from here? How's the stream? It's been quiet, but, you know, we've gotten some stuff done. Everything should be feature complete. It's just a matter of I want to test this off stream, unfortunately. I cannot test the media player on stream because there's some stuff that I need to be able to do with OBS, as well as, like, you know, I just don't want it to, like, collapse and fucking kill everybody's data on the XP system because of some wacky, crazy bug with it. But overall, it's working pretty good, I'd say. If you want, I can go ahead and show you. I can go ahead and show you what we've managed to accomplish today. It is very much working very well so far. I can show you what the media player looks like. So yeah, as a kind of reminder as to what we're working on here, this is the stream overlay application that I use for, you know, all the crazy stuff that I do with Twitch commands, as well as some auto moderation stuff, etc. I've been working on setting up a new media player in it because using I've been using VLC for my you know, stream background music playlist, but there's various problems with that. For one, the way in which I'm showing what the current song is using Streamling, this little overlay thing that just creates like a local file. This thing crashes at the drop of a hat. It's very annoying. And there's various other things that I want to be able to do with an integrated media player, which now we have an integrated media player. And if your next question is going to be, why don't you just use like Spotify or whatever? I hate streaming services, period. They're awful. I would rather just have loose MP3 files on my system. I just prefer that. I just prefer having my songs instead of having to deal with... And also, yeah, I do need to click that on and hope that it doesn't crash anything else. We're doing everything from scratch as Pog. It's not quite from scratch, but yeah, some of it has been and not invented here syndrome. Oh boy, the nightmare that was dealing with ID3 tags and parsing those. That was a fucking nightmare. Oh my fucking goddess. The ID3 tags are so weird, and like half the time they're backwards, and the other half of the time I'm having to deal with C# bullshit, where like by default I'm just like, oh yeah, I'll just use a stream reader and get the bytes from the file, and we'll use that to interpret things. And then it turns out that stream reader does some like funky conversion magic where it thinks that we're trying to read from text file, and so it tries to make certain characters look right, but it also mangles my data and turns certain things into a thing that's way longer than it should be. And it tries to read a title that's 65,000 bytes long because stupid fucking it saw a number and thought, oh, that isn't a valid character. Let's change it to fucking FFFE instead of the proper 8F value that it was supposed to be. Yeah. But yeah, that's what we had to deal with. But the resulting stuff is, look at this thing. Look at this thing. It's so good. And I've got, I can adjust the volume on it, I can make it quieter, I can make it louder, and I can make individual songs quieter or louder with this slider, which is huge. And unfortunately, I can't get this back to song multiplier 1. Oh well. But it'll automatically, whenever I change stuff, it'll automatically then rewrite it in the database and all sorts of stuff like that. The crossfading works. I like the little animation I did for it. The crossfading is great. I can create a playlist for it. I haven't fully tested everything with playlists yet. As it stands, everything has the same 2 tags on it, and that's also part of the reason why I need to test this off stream, because I have to do the wonderful task of importing all of the songs. Which right now, I don't have a proper UI for it. I just have a, I believe it's BGM load files. That is not the right command. And also, I really need to get this to scroll down automatically. I forget what the command is called. Add file dialog. It's add files. BGM add files. I need tags on that. Right, you're right. BGM add files. Stuff. Because I don't actually want to. So it brings up a file select dialog right now. And that's the only way in which it's done right now. And then eventually, so what I'm actually currently working on is a proper UI for it, but that UI is not necessarily required, because again, I can just edit everything here if I need to after adding everything, and all that other stuff can be kind of done externally with the file. And for now, it is just handled like this. But everything should be working. It's just it is going to be a matter of me testing a lot of this stuff off stream, unfortunately. But yeah, and I'm very happy with how it came out so far, and it is working very nicely. I do like the crossfade animation. There's all sorts of features for it. So if I start a Titan Blades match, it'll automatically pause it. If I set it to secondary behavior mode, it will automatically pause any time in which I am not on the standby screen, or the be right back screen, and then it'll unpause whenever I go on standby. That's going to be very fancy. That's going to be very useful. But you probably will want to set up a keybind specifically to go on there. There's also, again, I have implemented raw input so that I can have a keybind that I can press whenever in order to pause or go next song. However, that is currently disabled because I know it causes some wonkiness with the Unity editor, and also might cause some wonkiness with input in general across applications because it's like hooking into Windows processes. It's all sorts of nightmarish stuff. There is also a package for being able to drag and drop files onto the application, but that also has problems with Unity Editor, so it's disabled, so I'll have to find out whether or not it works when I actually get the other stuff working. So yeah, that's kind of how everything is going so far. That's how it's going. But yeah, and it's made to automatically pause whenever I have Titan Blades up, or if I do the unmask, even though nobody does the unmask anymore. But some people do occasionally. CodeKit has done it occasionally every now and then. What else? What else? So yeah, and I've got the playlist filter thing where I can assign mood tags to all the music, and you know, if I want to have a special playlist for certain things I'm doing, I can set that up. And that way I can have a bigger range of songs and not just be like, this is the one playlist I have for stream, and I can't actually like have anything else special in there. Because it's just like, oh, I don't want to be like working on my code and Dance of the Dreadnought comes on. Like, I gotta lock in. It's Dance of the Dreadnought, motherfucker. Nah, I can't do that. But I can have Dance of the Dreadnought on there if I specifically give it the tag. Also, why do I have? Oh right, there's errors in here because I have errors from console because I typed in the commands wrong. But I can have like a separate tag playlist, be like, you know, locked in playlist, and then if I'm, you know, playing a game where I really want to lock in and have some crazy boss music playing on my BGM, I can do that. I don't think I really want to for most games, but I can. That's an option. It has all sorts of other features. Obviously, you know, the crossfading is a big feature of this, but you'll notice with this song here, Departure Mythos version, it's kind of fading out already, and by the time we actually start crossfading, the song has kind of stopped playing, but there's some dead air. I can fix that because there is a crossfade offset value that I can change in the JSON. And there's also going to be a part of it that's on the management panel where eventually I'll be able to edit it here. But this is all in progress, of course. This is kind of like the next part, but I do also have everything functional enough to where I can get this functional if I actually get it tested off stream. Which actually, this is honestly a good stopping point. I am coming up on my hard cutoff time for stream, so I am gonna go ahead and start wrapping the stream. Actually, let me get something nicer. I think this is still a little too intense. Can I get something a little bit calmer, please and thank you? This would also be a lot easier for me to set up when I have the mood tag thing, the mood tag system. And Bird Sanctuary is good enough, I guess. I'm gonna go ahead and save. And I will close out of that and start work on import UI. that way I can have that set up, because I will need to revert back to that, working branch in order to start testing that. I'll test that eventually tonight. There's a good chance I might not. I think because, I have worked for that full 4 hours, and I got stuff that I want to do after stream, so I might not end up testing it tonight. I can try and test it tomorrow morning if I wake up early enough, but I've been eepy, so I don't know. But yeah, I'm gonna work on an ending stream. And I'll let Yami know that I'm ending stream. Endable. And I will flip over my chatting scene and start getting ready to figure out who we're gonna drop in on. So if you're still here, do please stick around, because we're going to drop in on a friend of ours, as we usually do. And I have my usual spiel that I go into to cover what we're doing here. I do the eepy. Let's see what we've got here. Frog's on. Cyber Mermaid doing Slay the Princess. Do I have anybody who's doing software and game dev? No, other than Small Block Boy, but I don't remember this person. I'm not comfy with them. So I guess we drop in on Frog then. It's funny, I didn't even realize Frog streamed. I thought Frog was kind of just in the Nova group, I guess, but probably end up dropping in on Frog. Is Frog not playing with Nova? Normally Nova would be up in that group. Yeah, we'll probably drop in on Nova, and not Nova, but Frog, who is a friend of Nova's. Actually, let's say rated Cyber Mermaid come at one time in the last 30 days. I don't remember. Maybe we do. I think we do, Frog. We'll drop in on Frog. I think I'm taking a little long. I think Frog is probably the safer bet. Pop Frog open in here. Mute tab. And put you over here. And flip that over for a sec. Alright. Where is Amy at? Last seen 4 minutes ago. Amy might not be available. Since Amy has not responded in several minutes, I'm going to go ahead and do the plugs myself. Normally, Amy doesn't like it when I do plugs before her, but in this case, I do want to start working on wrapping up stream. I didn't actually figure out what the raid message is going to be. I think I just do default raid message, though. We'll do default raid message. Y'all know the drill. You can unlock the emote using channel points if you don't have it. Otherwise, there's a free version there. I want to head off and eat some dinner and have a nice night, I think. So, let's go over the ending spiel. So, those of you tuned into today's stream, whether you are lurking or actively participating, I appreciate you very much for tuning in. If you're new here, Stangry Protocol. I am Katon. I'm a hobbyist game developer / VTuber, and sometimes I work on my game dev stuff on stream. I announce my schedule as well as post some extra game dev stuff on our Discord as well as my Tumblr. And if you want to play around with the Titanfall-inspired FPS we're working on, or support me monetarily in general, you should tip me on the Ko-fi. All those links are in the chat right now. Don't forget that checking in on consecutive streams gets you bonus channel points and pilot XP. And my next stream will be probably tomorrow, because I did say I really want to play some Oxygen Not Included, and I definitely am not going to be playing it on Monday next week, because next week Monday is going to be Deep Rock Galactic, because we have the Halloween event that we need to do. So you will see me tomorrow for Oxygen Not Included, which is very similar to Factorio, which we're going to be raiding on soon. So with that being said, I do need to make sure I'm starting the raid. And making sure that that is ready. Alright, with that being said, ladies, gentlemen, and everything in between, thank you very much for tuning in to my stream. Hope to see you guys next time I'm on. Until then, this is Keaton, over and out.